Well, hey, you're the boss when it comes to sound.
I just spoke. Everybody's person and it comes for church.
All right, just give me a second.
Okay.
Hey, Ham and Ingram.
Only you need to leave me as the two red. Okay.
I'm the two red.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, I was just thinking about that. So if you could do that for me, that'd be great. All right, Chris, text something. Hey, great. Let's talk radio. We're good. All right, good morning, councils, interested parties. We're back on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Khalif Adams et al., 22 SC 183572. Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Botts. Okay, all right. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, and Mr. Renard, good morning. All right, Mr. Kendrick and Ms. Hingerty, good morning. All right, Mr. Huey and Mr. Matthews, Jr. and Sr., good morning, gentlemen. Mr. Nichols, Mr. Harvey, and Ms. Westmoreland, good morning. Mr. Ryan and Misty Williams. All right. Ms. Hilton and Mr. Brown, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
All right.
Good morning.
All right, Sergeant Ingram, are all of our jurors present?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay, anything, you ready with witnesses, Ms. Hilton?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Steele, I'd like to have one morning where you don't rise to, and I just go ahead and can call my jury. Just one morning.
No, not today.
All right, not today. Okay, all right, not today. All right, just work on it, okay? All right, okay, what does he want to tell me, sir?
Three things. One, we have no opposition.
Hold on, wait. Gotta watch the door, okay? All right, three things. One, you have no opposition to what, sir?
We request Officer Harris is going to be a witness. Your Honor report instruct that his face not be videoed in the plainclothes police officer. He asked me to make that request. I'm confident the state knows about that. And they,
Okay, has that been communicated to our members of the media?
I know.
Okay, well, okay. When's Mr. Harris going to testify?
I believe we're talking about Mr. Henry, Your Honor.
Mr. Henry?
It's okay. He will be witness number 5.
Okay, before we get to that, just remind me and I'll remind our members of the media.
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
that's
Thank you,
one.
Mr. Steele, for that.
That's one. Okay, who else, sir? What else?
We have two motions. Mr. Greer, over objection, he's not a party here on this case before the Southern Court trial, but state, with the court permission, is going to introduce. It's a 2020 incident. He's in a gas station parking lot, allegedly struck. And the law enforcement officers stopped him. There's another person with a gun too. But I believe that law enforcement was under the belief that he's a convicted felon for murder, so they charged him with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. What I'd like the court to note and to order is that the officer is not being allowed to say that he was not a convicted felon. His motion to trial was actually granted when he won that case in the Georgia Supreme Court to not be a convicted felon. So I make a motion limited to exclude that convicted felon.
And this is in regards to, again, sir?
Montavious Greer.
All right. And what's the incident date again?
2020, let me get my note. This argument is over September 5.
All right. Ms. Hilton, are you all intending to talk about that at all?
Your Honor, we'll instruct the officer not to
Mention anything about him being a convicted felon? Right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Okay, so that will be briefed. Which the officer's going to testify about that?
That is going to be Officer Dwayne Thomas.
So you're going to have a conversation with Officer Thomas about that, right?
There were two officers actually, the other gentleman.
Who's the other officer?
Investigator McKessie.
Investigator McKessick?
Yes,
McKessie.
McKessie?
Yes, sir.
All right, so both of those will be instructed accordingly, correct?
Yes, Mr. Brown.
The Brown's going to do that.
All right. 3?
The last one, Your Honor. This is regarding the 2015, it's an alleged armed robbery. Mr. Myrick and two other people who are not here, Your Honor. Mr. Matthews and Mr. I believe it is Price, are allegedly armed robbing a young lady. There's a gun put into her face. Supposedly, there's a ring doorbell that's ran. Law enforcement does investigation. They arrest Mr. Myrick and John Fowler and the other two persons of his name. And supposedly, Mr. Myrick, as well as the other two people, pursuant to interrogation, they waived their Miranda rights, allegedly admitted that they are part of a criminal street gang, YSL, and that they were doing this armed robbery and other crimes to raise $25 to pay initiation fees. That's according to the belief. Unless those witnesses testify, that would be a competition clause violation. It would not be part of a conspiracy. It would be, as you know, a Stafford, which we cited earlier, quote, spilling the beans, or because they come under the statute. Either way, it's a violation of the Constitution. So we would ask that the witnesses be instructed not to mention any interrogation of those three non-testifying parties.
Ron, if I could have a moment for that particular motion,
I would like to be able to
look up some kids on that act is going this afternoon. And so we just have a moment just to look.
Is Mr. Who is the witness again, Mr. Steele? I'm sorry.
That's going to be
Mr.
Detective, or actually, Sergeant Logan, allege.
And he's going to testify about Mr. The three people are again, I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. Mr. Myrick, who is in COVID-19.
All right, Mr. Myrick, okay, but the other three,
Other two.
is Mr. Myrick going to testify consistent with what you just told me about the raising the $25? And he's a member of YSL?
To my knowledge, no.
All right,
He's a severed COVID-19.
okay,
The other two people are not on the state's witness list.
okay.
And that was, again, Mr. Matthews, like Deon McCartan, and then Mr. Price.
All right, so, Madam, you wish to have a little time to think about that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I guess my question for you, you're planning on calling Myrick, or does that particular issue with, the issue with Matthews and Price, are they in any way charged in the indictment, or?
Matthews and Price are not charged in this indictment, and
Okay,
at this time, we're still, I think there's a decision being made on what media will be coming into evidence, and so I just want to get some clarity, because we might be able to resolve it if the media isn't coming in at all, or there's no intentions to bring in the media, so I just need to learn that information.
okay, all right, well, we need to take that up accordingly before Sergeant Logan or testifies, okay?
Definitely, Your Honor.
All right, anything else, Mr. Steele? That's your three things.
That's right.
All right, anybody else? Okay, summon our jurors for us, Sergeant Ingram. Thank you.
Oh, and Your Honor, as they're coming in, may we approach briefly? It will take about 1.
Stop, just don't, I can't get granularity out of anybody, Sergeant Ingram. All right, come on up.
Sorry.
No, you're not.
I get the information as I walk back into the door.
Can I have a representative, please? Okay, it's talk radio. Yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry. Mm-hmm.
That's the one on this wall right here.
It should be, so number 1.
Good, okay, all right. All right, anything else?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anybody else? Okay, I think now we can summon our jury, Sergeant Ingram. Christine, here's your recorder.
Mr. Kern, do we have share capabilities? All right. First, we'll be investigating
Members of the media, our first witness and our fifth witness, Sergeant McKessie, and then there's a person by the name of Mr. Henry. If you could not film the two of them, just those two, McKessie and Radliff. So McKessie's our first witness, okay? All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All jurors present, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm present in count four.
Okay, all right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, jury.
Good morning.
All right, that's what I like to hear. A fully caffeinated, sugared up jury. Okay, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, we're going to go ahead and continue with the presentation of the state's case. Ms. Hilton or Mr. Brown, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. At this time, Your Honor, the state calls Investigator Stephen McKessie to the stand.
All right, summon Investigator McKessie, please. All right, Investigator McKessie, good morning, sir. If you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness, please, before you sit down.
Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I see. State spell your first and last name for the court, please.
Investigator Stephen McKessie.
Good morning.
Spell it.
Last name, first name spells S-T-E-P-H-E-N. Last name is M-C-K-E-S-E-Y.
Good morning, Investigator McKessie.
Good morning.
Are you employed?
Yes, I am.
And where do you work?
Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you worked there?
22 years.
And when did you start?
May 8th of 2001.
And what was your role when you first got started with AP?
Started as a recruit, and then I went to, when I finished completing my mandate school, I went to Zone 1 Patrol.
Okay, and to be sure, APD stands for Atlanta Police Department as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you held any other positions other than investigator since being with APD?
Yes, sir. As an officer, I was on Audit Theft Task Force. In 2008, I was promoted to investigator. I did general investigations. I went to narcotics as an investigator, ATF Task Force. Now I'm on a future unit by way of the U.S. Marshal Task Force.
Okay. And are you post-certified?
Yes, I am.
Were you post-certified on September 5th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
2020.
Yes, I was.
Right. Do you remember working an extra job on Saturday, September 5th, 2020?
Yes.
And what kind of extra job was that?
So I was working in Zone 1 at the Exact Speech. It's a restaurant.
Okay. And how were you dressed for that job?
Per SOP, I was dressed in full Class A uniform.
Okay. And around what time did you finish your shift?
About 10:30, 11 o'clock.
Okay. And what's the address of the extra job?
It's 946 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive.
And where, if anywhere, did you go after you finished your shift?
I was headed southbound on 75, realized I needed some gas, so I got off on Cleveland Avenue and went to the Chevron on Cleveland Avenue.
Do you know the address of that Chevron?
221 Cleveland Avenue,
And what county is that Chevron located?
Fulton County.
And in what type of vehicle were you traveling in?
I was in my city unmarked vehicle, which is a gray F-150, Ford F-150.
Okay. And are you familiar generally with the area of 221 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, sir.
And how are you familiar with that area?
Working all of the task force, we would be assigned to that area to look for stolen vehicles. When I was doing narcotics undercover work, I numerous times would purchase narcotics from that area. Also being on fugitive, we would get files with people that is wanted from that area, and I have to go around there and try to locate them.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what you know generally about the 221 Cleveland Avenue area?
Basically, it's a known drug area with a lot of violence.
Hold on, stop.
Oh, sorry.
What's your objection, sir?
Okay.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
You are met with her?
Yes.
Would you like us to approach?
You can approach. Oh, Billy, hold on. I'm going to overrule my objection, Mr. Steele. I'm going to overrule my ruling, okay? I'm going to overrule the objection, okay?
So I'll restate the question. What do you know generally about the 221 Cleveland Avenue area?
It's a known drug area. There's a lot of different type of crimes that occur in that particular gas station address. It's also known for being a gang area as well.
Okay. And I am now going to show, with this court permission, this witness exhibits 157N through 163N, which is still shots. With permission to approach, I will do so, Your Honor.
You said that you were showing 163 and or what through what?
157N, 158N, 159N, 160N, 161N, 162N, and 163N, Your Honor.
All right, you may approach, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McKessie, after you've had a chance to look at what I presented you, I'll go back up at you, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What have I just had here?
These are still shots of 221 Cleveland Avenue.
And how do you know what those are?
This is the night of the incident that we're discussing today.
Okay. And have those still images, do those still images accurately?
I'm sorry, do I have an opportunity to look at those photos?
Have you been provided them earlier?
I've not seen these.
All right.
I was going to get to the next inquiry.
Okay. All right.
Sure.
Do you want to see them?
Sure. Just a
Okay.
moment.
This was on Greer. Yes.
Your Honor, to be clear for the record, these are still images from the body cam that were provided in discovery for the defense counsel.
Okay.
Okay, and resuming the question, Investigator McKesson, do these still images from the body cam accurately depict the events of September 5th, 2020, as you recall them?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit states exhibits 157N through 163N into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, states 157N through 163N are admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Investigator McKessie, either with the exhibits that have been admitted into evidence that are in front of you or looking at the screen, can you tell the jury what we're looking at this on this particular exhibit, 157N?
Right here, this is my truck. I was at the gas pump trying to get some gas. Of course, this is the Chevron in the middle. You have the fish and wing spot. Over here is a income tax place, and then over here is a corner that leads you to the back of the building. I'll explain why I said that later.
Okay. I do want to go back a few steps really quickly and further expound upon something you said earlier. Earlier you talked about 221 Cleveland Avenue being a gang area. What do you mean by that?
It has a reputation where there's a lot of gang activities going on where they sell drugs in that area. They seem like they hang out there to sell some of their narcotics.
Basis. Say. Overruled. Overruled. Okay, all right.
About how far is the 221 Cleveland Avenue area away from 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Less than a mile.
Turning back to this picture, I would like to ask you, well, before we go into the picture a little further, could you tell the court what you remember about working that day of September 5th, 2020?
Well, I was off duty. Like I said, I was just getting some gas. That evening was kind of busy. There was a lot going on in that evening in the Atlanta area in general. Before I came here, I was involved in an incident over by my extra job.
Is that Mr. Steele?
Yeah, which one? Is that Mr. Steele? Yeah, okay, all right. What's your response?
Your Honor, we can say that it's relevant to the portion of his testimony.
Okay. Overruled.
So you may continue.
So I was involved in another incident in another area where there were shots fired in that particular area, which is near my exit job. Because of that reason, I had to keep my uniform on. Normally I would take it off, but I kept my uniform on at that time. I also had to have a different kind of firearm with me to protect myself in that incident. When I left that area, I came over I was going 75 southbound, where I noticed I needed some gas. So I stopped at this particular gas station, which is closer to the freeway. I pulled up to a pump, noticed that the pump was broken. I noticed there was a lot of people. When I first pulled in, there was a lot of people in the area. Then I went over to the pump closer to the restaurant, where I noticed there was candles, like they had a candlelight vigil in that area. And then I also noticed a whole bunch of people just congregating. One particular vehicle struck my attention at the time, which was a red sedan. Inside the red sedan, there was a lot of lighting in the area, but inside the red sedan, I saw a guy sitting in the passenger seat with a rifle. The rifle was sitting, it seemed like he was holding a rifle. You could see the butt stock of the rifle. Even at one time, he had lifted the rifle up, and you could see the actual barrel of the rifle. So I was able to tell it was some kind of AK-47 style rifle. I then noticed a lot of commotion going on. All of a sudden, a white sedan pulls up. The sedan parks next to the red sedan. At that point, I still kept my eyes on the person in a red sedan because of the rifle aspect of it. All of a sudden, this older gentleman comes out of the store. He started cussing, using profanity, talking about he's gonna kill somebody.
So let's unpack some of what you discussed just now. So with the exhibit that is on the screen, can you point to the red sedan that you said that you saw the individual with the rifle style firearm located?
So it's parked over by the fish and wing spot back in, and it has its lights on.
And I will just allow you to know that that screen is a smart screen, and I believe if you touch it, it will annotate where you're talking about.
Okay, it's actually right here.
Yes. Okay, so that car that is close to that white stand by that fish spot, is that where you were pointing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many people were in that vehicle when you saw it?
It was 2 at the time.
Okay. And at that time, after you observed that, well, earlier you stated that you had a firearm.
Yes, sir.
What type of firearm did you have?
I had my handgun that I normally carry, and also I had a AR-15 rifle, which is also city issued.
When you went to that location, were you working in an undercover capacity?
No, I wasn't.
Were you looking for anyone particularly?
No, I wasn't.
Were you in any way, shape, or form there for anything other than gas?
No, sir.
You indicated earlier that there was an older gentleman. Do you recall making that statement?
Yes, sir.
Earlier you stated that he was saying something. Can you describe what those things that you heard?
Yes, sir. He was ranting and said, "I'm gonna kill this motherfucker." That's pretty much what I heard. He continued just to rant, but one that stuck out, he said, "I'm gonna kill this motherfucker."
What did the other people around in that environment appear to be doing?
They were just looking at him. At the time, they were just looking at him, just watching him rant.
Okay. Just briefly, why did you move your vehicle from the first pump that you parked at?
The pump wasn't working.
Okay. And after moving your vehicle from the first pump, how did you position your vehicle?
Facing the actual store.
Based on this picture that is in evidence, was your vehicle facing the red Honda that you're looking at?
Directly in front of Red Honda, yes, sir.
All right. And so with this, from this vantage point, it was very easy for you to see into that vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And after you observed the man ranting that you described, what else, if anything, did you observe?
That's when I saw the white Malibu pull up and back in.
And based on this picture that is in evidence already, can you point to the jury where that vehicle, the white Malibu that you were describing, is located?
Yes, sir. The vehicle's backed in front of the fish and wing place.
Okay. Is that to the left of this screen?
On the left, correct.
And who was in that vehicle that backed in when you described?
It was a driver. It was a passenger and a backseat passenger who later I was able to identify as Quintavious Greer.
Okay. And when we get to that, can you describe in total how many people were in that vehicle?
3.
Okay. And I'm going to reclaim these and allow you to use that screen. Just briefly. And right in front of us is Exhibit 158N. Can you describe for the jury what that is that we're looking at in this particular vantage point?
This is the same area where the white vehicle was backed in front of the restaurant, the Fish and Wing restaurant.
Okay. Do you see a gray truck in this exhibit?
Yes, that's my gray truck.
And is that white sedan that you were speaking about in front of this visual wing spot, the one that you paid attention to particularly that night?
I started paying attention to, yes, sir.
Okay. Can you describe, based on your vantage point, what if anything you observed the occupants of that vehicle of the white sedan to be doing?
So at the time, I guess the elder male was, going through his ranting, and all of a sudden I see the driver get out of the vehicle and hand the old male a firearm. At that point, I saw Mr. Greer exit out the backseat passenger side with a firearm in his hand.
Did you observe these individuals get out of the vehicle only one time?
No, sir.
Okay. How many times did they get out of the vehicle?
The driver got out the vehicle twice, and Mr. Greer got out the vehicle twice.
Okay. So let's go through the first exit from the white sedan. When they exited the white sedan the first time, can you describe for the jury what you observed?
So the first time, the driver gets out the vehicle, approached the older male, and hands him a firearm. Mr. Greer exited out his vehicle, out the same vehicle in the backseat passenger side, and had a gun in his hand.
Okay. And did anything occur after that?
At that point, Mr. Greer puts the firearm in his waistband and sits back down in the vehicle. The driver walks back towards the vehicle, also sits down in the vehicle. At that point, the old man rushes towards the front of the door as if he was going inside of the Chevron. He walks inside and comes right back outside. He began still, cussing. He seemed like he was under influence. He also began waving the handgun in the air, saying he's going to shoot all these motherfuckers. At that point, the driver then gets back out the vehicle, grabs the gun from the old man, and goes back to the vehicle. And that's when I see Mr. Greer get out the vehicle and start walking towards the income tax place.
All right. Were you able to get, let me ask you this. Was there anything about that, what you observed that drew your attention to that man running with the gun?
It's just a man running with the gun, and he was, there were, besides the man running with the gun, but also, like I said, I was able to be looking at it and keep my eyes on it. I was able to describe people in general what they were doing.
Were you concerned for the overall safety of people in that environment based on what you observed?
Yes, sir.
Is that what prompted you to come out of off-duty mode and become more active as
I stay in this leading.
I was raised there.
Okay.
What, if anything, did you observe caused you to do at that point?
So basically, due to there's innocent people in the area, I felt that I needed to act on it so nobody else would get hurt. I got on my city issue radio, asked for backup. I then waited, kept observation on the individuals to make sure they didn't act the way I thought they was going to act, which at that point, when backup showed up, which made me approach the situation investigate the situation more further.
Okay. And when you, began to use your radio, what, if anything, did you call out?
I gave the description of the individuals that had the firearm. I also gave a brief synopsis of what happened at that moment, why I was acting the way I was acting. Again, like I said, I stayed in a position so I could keep eyes on everybody until backup showed up.
In your opinion, was there a large group of people outside?
Yeah, there was a lot of people in that area.
All right, looking at Exhibit 159N, which has been admitted, can you tell the jury what you see here?
I see the same area, 221 Cleveland Avenue. This is directly in front of the the Chevron, the food mart of the Chevron. To the right is the income tax place. At this point, there was, back at the end, there was a whole bunch of people just hanging out. You could tell they weren't trying to get gas. They were just hanging out.
And here, what do you see?
This is 221 Cleveland Avenue. On this side of the picture of the 221 Cleveland is the income tax business. These are people that were all congregating on that side of the income tax place. Again, they were just hanging out for that reason.
Okay. I want to turn back to some of the things you said earlier for clarification. Earlier you said that you saw Mr. Greer with a firearm. Can you describe what kind of firearm you saw?
Yes, it was a handgun.
Okay. And do you recall the color?
Black.
And after the occupants of the white Malibu returned to the vehicle, did they get back in?
Yeah, for a second.
Okay.
And then that's when they exit back out and walk towards the income tax place.
And did all of the occupants that returned exit their vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And at which point they exited the vehicle, did they have those firearms still with them?
Yes, they did.
Were you able to see them?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically with Mr. Greer, were you able to see his?
Yes, I did.
Where did he have it?
In his waistband.
Okay. When you say in his waistband, are you talking about in the front or back?
In the front.
Okay. And earlier you provided, you stated that you provided a description of those individuals, those three individuals in that white Malibu. Can you provide that, what you relayed to the jury?
Yes, so the driver was wearing all black. He seemed like he had some kind of rhinestones on his jacket. The passenger, backseat passenger, was wearing a stonewashed jean jacket with a red cap, and the passenger was wearing a red hoodie sweater.
Okay. And Mr. Greer, what was he wearing?
A jean jacket, stonewashed style jean jacket with a red hat or cap.
Okay. And did you ever get a description of the older male?
Yes, he had on a white t-shirt that had blood on his shirt.
And where was the blood located?
In front of, like, his abdomen area.
Did it appear like he had recently been injured?
Yes, sir.
And after you observed the older male with the firearm waving it in the air, what did he do with that firearm?
He gave it to the driver who was wearing the black.
The driver of what vehicle?
Of the white vehicle.
Okay. And can you describe for the jury what that firearm looked like?
That was a black firearm as well, a black handgun.
Okay. Brief indulgence, Your Honor.
All right, sir.
The second time that these three occupants of the white Malibu exited, can you describe for the jury what you observed them to do?
So the backseat passenger and the driver exit out the white vehicle. The passenger stayed in the vehicle at that moment. Then they walked towards the income tax place, which is on the other side of the plaza of 221 Cleveland. And I think, again, I was able to see the handgun still on all of them, on both of them.
Okay, and specifically for clarity, can you describe the seating of those in the white Malibu?
So you had the driver wearing all black with the rhinestones. The front passenger wearing a red sweatshirt hoodie. Backseat passenger wearing a jean jacket, stonewash style jean jacket with a red cap.
Was it the individual wearing the stonewash jacket that walked out the second time to the west end of that plaza?
Yes, sir.
And earlier you stated that you radioed. Did you ever call for assistance?
Yes, I did.
And can you acknowledge or can you tell the jury did additional units come?
Yes, they did.
And when I say units, what am I referencing?
The Zone 3 patrol units or CSU units.
Okay. And when the Zone 3 patrol units arrived, what, if anything, occurred at that time?
When he told me they arrived on the radio, I exit out my vehicle. I saw the passenger exit out the vehicle, who was still sitting in the vehicle. I addressed him told him to show me his hands. When I realized I didn't see anything on his possession, I went towards where I saw the two occupants, the driver and the backseat passenger, walk to. I then told the officers to link up with me, gave them a description of who I was looking for, and we approached that particular person in general. The driver decided to continue, when he noticed that police was arriving, he decided to continue to walk away from the plaza and run away from the area.
Okay, and was there anyone detained as a result of additional units showing up?
Yes, so once I gave him the description of the backseat passenger who also had a black firearm, myself and the patrol officers made the approach. I gave verbal commands to the subject, told him to get on the ground, show me his hands. He complied, laid on the ground. That's when Officer Thomas went and put detained. I told him to go ahead and detain him, and also I told him to look for the handgun that I saw him having.
Why was the backseat passenger detained?
Because he was one of the ones that had the handgun walking towards the crowd of people, and I wanted to make sure that, I wanted to detain him based on what I saw. To further investigation of the scenario.
Do you do that for safety?
For safety reasons, correct.
And after the backseat passenger, well, let me back up. Whatever happened with the front seat passenger of the white Mountain?
The front seat passenger, he walked away, but then he ended up coming towards where we were to try to, I guess, talk to us about what, why we have Mr. Greer in handcuffs.
Was whatever happened with the front, with the driver of the white Mountain?
He ran away from the area.
Was he ever located?
No, sir.
After the backseat passenger was detained, was he searched?
Yes, he was.
Why was he searched?
To locate the firearm for safety reasons.
Okay, and after that firearm was located, where was it found on this person?
In his waistband, in the front part of the waistband.
And was that was the firearm that was located on this person the same that you saw him walking with initially?
Yes, sir.
Who was the officer that actually recovered the firearm?
Officer Thomas.
And was there ever a time that how did you come to learn the identity of Mr. Greer?
After we received the information, I wrote the information down. I then did my own investigation by running his information and pulling his driver's license information.
Okay. And after he was detained, did you investigate the firearm that was in his possession?
Mr. Officer Thomas ran the information. I did run the information as well. Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. And just a brief indulgence, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
After you looked the driver's license information up, was there a picture that came up?
Yes.
And did that picture match the person that you had observed on the night of September 5th, 2020, in the back of the white Malibu?
Yes, sir.
When the gun was ran through the system, what if anything came up?
The firearm came up, reported stolen.
Where was it reported?
That part I can't remember, sir.
Would you like to? Is there anything that will refresh your recollection?
Report.
Thank you. Now marking for identification purposes.
Oh, I have it right here, sorry, my notes.
You cannot read it. Just 1 second. Now,
Hold on. You have an objection? I'm sorry?
I believe the state is asking for hearsay.
I think, I'm gonna overrule your objection. I think he's trying to refresh recollection this time, okay?
May I appropriate?
You may.
And it has been marked as State's Exhibit 200R.
What is the question?
Now, Court, can you restate the last question? Specificity.
You can take a look at the document.
Where was it reported stolen? That part I can't remember, sir. Would you like?
Yes, Your Honor. That's the question I believe is asking for hearsay. You understand that he's recollection.
Can you turn your microphone on?
Hearsay.
I'm sorry, can you turn your microphone on? You know?
Your Honor, we understand that the witness is refreshing his recollection with the report, but what he's refreshing his recollection about is hearsay. And that's our objection.
Can you respond, Mr. Brown?
The state's position is that he also investigated on his own about firearms. So he's
All right. At this point in time, I'm gonna overrule your objection, sir. I'm overruling your objection.
Let's see the document. Sure.
Okay, all right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
And also, may I also add for the record, Your Honor, confrontation clause as well.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Still overruled. Thank you.
Now approaching the witness with State's Exhibit 200R.
Yes.
And look at the report and upon having your memory refreshed, you can look at everything.
Yes, sir.
Are you able to answer the question?
Yes, sir.
Where was it?
Clayton County, October 30th, 2017.
I want to ask you, follow back with a question as it relates to the area where you were located that evening. Is that area a known gang? Is within that area a known gang? Is it a gang that is known frequently within that area?
Objection foundation.
I sustain the objection. You need to lay some more foundation, sir.
Earlier you testified about your knowledge of the 221 Cleveland Avenue area, correct?
Yes, sir.
And during that time, you indicated that you are aware of that area, aware of the happenings in that area.
Yes, sir.
Is it true that? Is it fair to say that you're based on your testimony that is
Stay in the form of the question.
What do you know to be the activity around if any, the activity around the 221 Cleveland Avenue area?
A lot of drug activity. It's a high crime area. We consider it a high crime area in Atlanta. There's also a lot of gang involvement in that area as well.
speaking to that gang involvement that you just mentioned, is there a known gang that is in or about that area of 221 on your foundations?
Overruled.
You may ask this question.
Yes, there is a known gang called YSL.
No further questions, John.
Cross. Matthew Sr., go right ahead, sir.
Investigator McKessie. Good morning, sir.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. My name is Carrington Matthews, and I represent Mr. Marquavius Huey. Can you look around the courtroom and tell me if you see Quantavious Greer in this courtroom?
He was sitting over there, but I don't know where he's sitting at now.
He was sitting in over here today?
Looked like him that was sitting over there.
Can you point him out? And
I mean, I don't see anybody now. I don't see him now.
you believe you saw Mr. Greer this morning?
Yes, sir.
Where did you believe you saw him sitting?
Next to the light-skinned dude.
The light-skinned dude? Okay. What was he wearing?
A suit.
What color was the suit?
A dark-colored suit.
Did he have on a tie?
Yes, sir.
What color was the tie?
I'm not familiar with the color of the tie.
When did you see him in the courtroom?
They look alike. If that wasn't him, I'd have to see that person again, but let's see. Oh, no, that's not him. It looks like him. They favor.
Okay. You're talking about Attorney Gardner?
Yeah, they favor. They look like they'd be brothers.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm going to make sure I understand the events of May 8th, 2020. Can you pull up Exhibit 1, or piece of evidence 157N? So we're looking at the food mart, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's where all of these events took place that you just testified to, the Chevron?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you see that picture on the screen there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's the gas station that you just testified is a known gang area and things of that nature, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, looking at that building, do you see that that's a white painted building?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looking at that building very closely, do you see any YSL gang graffiti on that building?
No, sir.
You're looking at the parking lot, the surface of the parking lot. Do you see any tagging or gang graffiti on any of the parking area?
No, sir.
On the side of the building, we saw some photos on the side of the buildings. Did you see any gang YSL graffiti on that building?
You saw on the side of the building?
Yes.
I can't see the side of the building.
There were some photos in here. Did you recall maybe taking any photographs or anything of that nature
No, sir.
concerning any gang graffiti on this particular gas station building?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, so you got off from a private work detail at a Zaxby's in another part of the city, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you needed gas, and you got off on the expressway, and you went over to this particular gas station, correct?
Yes, sir.
You saw, you moved from one pump to another pump, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you saw what you described as a red vehicle with an individual seated inside of that vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
You said you saw a rifle, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I think you testified that from the vantage point that you were able to determine that rifle was an AK-47
Style rifle.
style. Okay. Was that rifle ever recovered?
No, sir.
Okay. Why wasn't it recovered?
They want to invade their rights.
Okay, you didn't want to infringe upon their right, so they had a right to have that particular weapon in their possession?
I mean, yes, sir.
Okay, so you didn't make any arrest of the person with the rifle, correct?
Correct.
You didn't document that person with the rifle was a part of a gang, correct?
Correct.
You didn't document that person with the rifle used that rifle on the premises of the Chevron, correct?
Correct.
No one inside the Chevron called law enforcement and said, hey, there's a guy with a rifle in a red vehicle, and I would ask that you all remove him from our premises, correct?
Correct.
You had not gotten any calls from any disturbances that had occurred at the Chevron this particular evening, correct?
No, sir.
Even this person that you said you heard ranting, if you would, with a gun in his hand, no manager inside the food mart, no employee, no citizen or anyone called 911 saying that this person was creating a disturbance, correct?
Well, my radio was turned off because I was off. So they did call 911. That's something we have to contact communications to get that information.
And any follow-up that you did in this case, you did not document that any 911 calls had ever been made concerning any disturbances at this particular food mart, correct?
I didn't look at that particular part of the investigation up. Again, if you contact communications, you can see there was some kind of call for service at that time.
But that's something that you did not do, correct?
No, I didn't do that.
Okay. You said that there were a large number of people out there that particular evening, but that's because there's a police presence and you guys were doing an investigation and people were pretty much just looking around, right?
When I first got there was no police there. There was just a whole lot of people congregating in the area, not getting gas. My choice of pumps was limited because of that. So it was just weird that night.
Okay. And no one was cited for loitering, correct?
Again, you have to contact communication to get that information.
You didn't cite anyone for loitering, correct?
No, sir.
Now, you indicated that the people in the white vehicle, the driver had on all black, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did not see any type of gang paraphernalia on the person in the all black, correct?
Correct.
The person that you described with the red hoodie, you didn't document in your report that the person who had a red hoodie on had a red hoodie on that was associated with any type of gang activity, correct?
Right.
It was just a red hoodie, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this older male that you said had blood on his T-shirt, there's nothing about your investigation that determined that this person who had blood on their T-shirt had been injured with respect to any type of criminal activity, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You don't know why the person had blood on their shirt, correct?
Correct.
Could have been from working, right?
Not that fresh of a blood.
Could have been from a fall,
Yeah,
correct?
it could have been from a fall, yes, sir.
And the person that you said had this firearm, this older gentleman, you stated that he was under the influence, right?
Yes, sir.
Had been drinking. Was pretty much probably a drunk with a gun, right?
Seemed like it, yes, sir.
And the person who was in this vehicle who retrieved the weapon from the older gentleman was actually providing safety to that property by removing the gun from a drunk, correct?
Well, he gave the gun to the drunk first.
Okay. He got it back.
So no, he wasn't providing safety.
Okay, he got it back though, right?
He wasn't getting it back.
Okay. And there was no issue with that gun. Nobody fired any weapon, right?
Thank God.
But it didn't happen though, right?
Correct.
Okay. No one used the weapon to do a robbery or anything of that nature, correct?
He used the weapon for act assault, brandishing a firearm, try to shoot somebody, so there was a crime
Someone
involved.
tried to get shot that night?
The way he was ranting, saying he wanted to kill somebody, and a specific person, he had the firearm in his possession to go do it, but he didn't do it.
Did anyone come forward, Investigator McKesson, and say, hey, this old guy with a gun pointed at me and I was in fear of my safety? Did anyone come to you and say that?
No, sir.
Okay. Did anyone come to any other officer that you're aware of and say that?
Not that aware of.
Did you have an opportunity to order up the camera surveillance from this food mart that particular evening?
No, sir.
As part of an investigation to determine whether or not there had been an aggravated assault or anything of that nature, it would have been good common police work to retrieve the cameras from the food mart, right?
Well, my observation is first. So I was able to see the aggravated assault in my observation.
You saw an aggravated assault?
Yeah. When you have a gun in your hand and you're saying you're going to kill somebody, whoever that victim was is the person he was committing the act of assault to.
Did you reference in your report anywhere within the four corners of the number of pages that you created that particular evening that there was an aggravated assault that had been committed against anyone?
I described what the aggravated assault was.
Did you describe in your report that an aggravated assault had been committed?
I gave the description of the action of the aggravated assault in my report, but I didn't say specifically it was aggravated assault.
That's because an aggravated assault actually requires a victim, correct?
It does.
And you didn't reference in your report that there's any victim of an aggravated assault, correct?
There was a description that I described as an aggravated assault, which caused me to act the way I acted, so I need to prevent the aggravated assault.
Okay, let me
So
make
I
sure.
think I prevented it.
Let me make sure I'm clear. So you're saying you referenced an attempt crime in your report as opposed to a completed crime? I just want to make sure I'm
Yes, sir.
understanding.
Yes, sir.
So that the jury's clear and I'm clear, you never saw an aggravated assault occur on the date of this incident at the Chevron, correct?
There's different type of aggravated assault, sir.
I'm just going to ask you to answer the question and then you can explain. All right? So if you can give me a yes or no to the question, you're free to explain in any way that you choose. I'm going to re-ask the question. On the night of this incident, at this gas station, did you see a completed aggravated assault occur?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Now, you didn't reference a male as being a victim of an ag assault, correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
I specifically asked you with respect to a gender.
Sustained.
Okay. All right. Now, Investigator McKessie, you indicated that you detained Quintavious Greer, correct?
Yes, sir.
You stated that this person had a stonewash jacket and a red cap. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You did not reference that Mr. Greer was associated with any gang in your report, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, Investigator McKessie, you did not document in your report that you were going to make any type of referral to the gang unit within the APD, correct?
Correct.
In fact, there was nothing about this particular incident that caused you to reference in any way gang activity, correct? In your report.
You really want me to answer that question?
Well, I'm asking you, in the report that you prepared, I'm asking you, did you reference any gang activity
No, sir.
in your report?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you detained Mr. Greer because you said it was for safety, but Mr. Greer, he never waved a gun at anyone, did he?
He had the gun in his hand.
Right, but he never waved it at anyone, right?
You don't have to wave a gun to have a gun in to do that.
And no one walked away from him as though they were afraid because he had a gun in his hand, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And you detained him because he had a gun in his hand, and as a result of that, he complied, right?
Yes, sir.
He didn't run away from you.
No, sir.
He didn't give you a false name.
No, sir.
He didn't give you a false date of birth.
No, sir.
You said lay down on the ground. He laid down.
Yes, sir.
Now, you stated that you retrieved this handgun from his waistband?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the front seat passenger that was in the same vehicle as Mr. Greer didn't try to run, correct?
No, sir.
That person came actually to you and was basically trying to understand what was happening, right?
Yes, sir.
That person didn't give you a false name, right?
I didn't ask for his name.
You didn't ask. So this was a scenario where you didn't even ask for his identity, correct?
No, sir.
And that wasn't important for you to establish anything about that particular passenger, because had there been any issue in your mind as to that passenger, you certainly would have asked him for his name, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even though he was with Mr. Greer, correct?
Correct.
Now, while you were there at this particular location, the food mart, you did not see any drug sales take place, did you?
I saw some drugs, but not no drug sales.
Okay. You didn't see any stolen vehicles happen on the premises that particular evening, correct?
I didn't run any tags, so. No, sir.
And just 1 second, indulgence, Your Honor.
All right, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anybody else cross? Redirect, madam. Or sir, I should say. Redirect. Oh, hold on. Mr. Steele rose.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning.
Mr. Investigator, any of the persons that you saw on September 5 of 2020, any of them here in this courtroom that you recall?
No, sir.
Okay. And you know I represent Mr. Williams, fair to say?
Sir?
You know I represent Mr. Jeffery Williams, right?
Okay.
And he wasn't at the scene, was he?
No, sir.
When you mentioned and you described the area, in Cleveland Avenue area, in that area, how long have you been familiar with this area?
Since 2005.
And is that from doing business in the area, like stopping for gas, as well as patrolling the area?
Yes, all the above.
Okay. And is it correct to say that, tragically, the area is poverty-stricken?
Objection.
I'm not about to answer that.
Objection. Relevance.
I'll rule the objection.
I'm not going to answer that. That's disrespecting that community.
Okay, well, how would you describe the income level in that community?
All right, a little foundation, Mr. Steele, if you want to ask him that.
Do you have a belief on the level of income in that area?
Objection. Relevance.
I'm going to sustain the question as to form. It's still, it still kind of misses the mark, Mr. Steele.
Do you believe that that area has a lot of crime?
Yes, sir.
And does that area have any type of flourishing houses? You know, the housing market there? Is there a lot of homeless there?
Sir, again, I'm not going to disrespect that community.
I'll sustain this to form. You can break that down, Mr. Steele.
Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with the McDonald's at 150 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar that that McDonald's is today out of business?
Yes, sir.
And it's still the structure there, though. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
And if I showed you a photographs from when the McDonald's was there, do you think you could recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you what I'll mark as number 3.
I think this is yours first.
Okay.
So if you want to put
DW1?
Yeah.
Yes.
At this time, state's going to object to basis off of relevance. This is not relevant to the reason for which investigator is here.
He's on cross-examination. The rules are not bound by what the state asks him on direct.
No, it's just, well, toward the scope rule, still got to be relevant, though.
It'll be relevant.
I'll give you a little bit of latitude. Full rule for now, sir.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you, Investigator, if I may. Tell me if you recognize what I've marked at Mr. Williams' number 1.
Yes, that's Old Hayville and Cleveland Avenue intersection. It's a McDonald's that's at the intersection.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of when the McDonald's was in business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know that address to be 150 Cleveland Avenue?
I didn't know that. I didn't know that often. The numbers, I just knew that's the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue.
How close is that area to the food mart?
Less than a block.
All right. Now, do you remember whether that McDonald's in 2014, January 2015, had video surveillance?
Yes.
Okay, and object, Your Honor, this is not relevant whatsoever.
No, I'll rule that, Mr. Brown.
And did it have video surveillance?
I believe so, yes, sir.
What had video surveillance, sir?
The McDonald's, sir, 2014 going into January 2015.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it routine, typical, trained that if you get information about, let's say, something involving the parking lot of the McDonald's in Mr. Williams number 1, and it had to be corroborated or looked into whether people were there on a certain day and time, do law enforcement have the ability to go and either request or subpoena that video surveillance from the McDonald's?
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay. Were you involved in any way with confirming or not confirming statements made to law enforcement, specifically Detective Thorpe, on January 11th of 2015 about people at that McDonald's?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'm going to ask for a continued objection to this line of inquiry.
I'll note it for you, sir. It'll be continuing objection.
But if information came out to Detective Thorpe and others that on January 11th, 2015, that on January 10th, 2015, there were people in that McDonald's, video surveillance could have been gathered if law enforcement wanted to.
Objection. This is fact-finding evidence, Your Honor.
I'm not sustaining it. We haven't really heard anything yet.
Tell ladies and gentlemen, jury, how easy is it to get video surveillance?
It's hard sometimes, depending on the business.
How about subpoena power?
It's still kind of complicated because you have to give it to maybe to a corporate office.
Tell the jury.
It's kind of complicated in some way because you have to give the subpoena to the corporate office and then they have to send you the videos depending on the business. This one could have been easier. It could have been hard.
How about a search warrant? How about getting a search warrant?
I mean, again, it's just time consuming. I mean, all we have to do is fill out the proper cause and go get the information, get the subpoena, search warrant signed.
And you as a law enforcement officer tried to do that. That's commonplace, right?
This place?
Getting surveillance, if it's important.
If it's important towards my case, yes, sir.
It's just a checklist, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't think I have any other questions. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 1, and I'd like to display it to the jurors. I'm sorry?
Any objection to DW1?
No, Your Honor.
Are DW1s admitted and may be published? Mr. Steele, do you want to publish it yourself, or?
Sure.
I mean, I'm not going to do it for you, but because I'm sitting up here, but you can certainly do it if you like, okay? Because you asked permission to publish, so I'm telling you,
Getting
yes,
the
you
link,
can.
but I could do it.
Say again?
Shaq is getting the link. Kokomo, Mr. Kokomo's getting the link.
Okay.
But if not, Your Honor, I could just pass it around to the jurors.
I think he's in right now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and investigator, just orient the jurors if you don't mind. And Mr. Kokomo's using the arrow. Just show the jurors where the McDonald's is located, the actual McDonald's, not just a sign.
The McDonald's is located right here at the corner of
And Mr.
Stephen Avenue, Old Hayville.
Say, I apologize, stepped on your words. Cleveland Avenue and what?
And Old Hayville.
Okay. And Mr. Kokomo's circling the McDonald's. Is that fair to say that that's the area? No, the actual structure?
Where he circled it at, sir. I don't see it.
See that area that he
Yeah,
circled?
that's it.
Okay. And then across from it, do you recognize to the left that other structure? Is that a laundromat?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that laundromat there also in year 2013, 14, 15? If you remember.
I don't know if the business was actually the same business, but I know it was there.
The structure?
The structure was there, yeah.
Okay. And then where, in relation to this McDonald's, would the location that you were talking about with the jurors be? Would it be to the left on Mr. Williams, number one, or to the right?
You mean where I saw Mr. Greer?
Yes, yes.
To the right.
Okay.
If we're facing McDonald's, it'd be to the right.
Okay, on our picture.
Going westbound.
Okay. And across the street from the McDonald's, you can see, is that another gas station?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember which business that is? Which gas station?
It's a BP gas station.
And does that area also have video surveillance?
Not sure, sir.
Okay, that's okay. The laundromat, does that have video surveillance?
I'm not sure.
Okay, all right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you so much, Your Honor. Thank you, investigator.
Thank you.
Okay, any other examination by any counsel for the defense? All right, any redirect?
Yes, just
Can we-
read.
All right, you still need to use this?
Yes.
Okay, all right, we'll leave it up. Okay.
All right. So let's talk about some of the things that just came out. As to Mr. Greer, can you provide his date of birth?
I'll have to reference it.
Sure, you may reference it and look back up when you finish.
Date of birth is January 9th, 1989.
And let's go back to this particular exhibit that is on the screen. Excuse me.
DW1, sir?
DW1. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
all right.
What is this address of? Do you know the address of that McDonald's?
Not off of memory, no.
Is that McDonald's within the same vicinity of the gas station that you responded to on September 5th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Was that McDonald's relevant to the incident for which you responded to on September 5th, 2020?
No, sir.
How far is that McDonald's from 151 Cleveland? How far is that McDonald's from 221 Cleveland Avenue?
Less than a block.
Okay. Were you focused on any surveillance footage from a McDonald's that did not exist at that time on September 5th, 2022?
No, sir.
Okay. Was it relevant at all for what you were handling on that day?
No, sir.
Was a Detective Thorpe involved in any way on your on September 5th, 2020?
No, sir.
Your Honor, we still need that picture. We weren't done with that. It's a DW.
Oh, do you want it back up again?
Yes, yes.
All right, Ms. Kokomo, can you put DW1 up, please, again, sir? Thank you, sir.
Are you familiar with that Exxon gas station? Or that BP gas station?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of what that is now?
Trying to picture. I've seen it recently, like within the last couple of days. I can't remember.
You can talk into the mic, please.
I've seen it within the last couple of days, but I think it's still a gas station. I just don't know what kind of name it is. They change up so much.
Okay. But
The structure's still there, and nothing changed.
is it fair to say that? Is it fair to say that it is not what it once was?
No.
Okay. Do you know when that McDonald's closed?
No, sir, I can't remember. I know it was recent. I was surprised.
Okay. Just briefly, Your Honor. Prior to September 5th, 2020, did you know Montavious Greer?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you aware of any, I'll strike that down, court reporter. I want to put back up State's Exhibit number 160N.
All right. Sir, if you could take that down. EW1, thank you. Thank you.
All right. Earlier, on the record, you stated that there were a large amount of people outside. Does this exhibit reflect what you saw on September 5th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And based on the number of people outside, let's turn back to the older gentleman. You stated that the older gentleman had a firearm and he was waving it in the air, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And based on what you observed at that time, did you have any other concerns at that time?
Can you?
Any other concerns in that area at that time?
There was a.
Yeah, I'll sustain this so vague. You can rephrase, sir.
What was your focus when you observed the man with the firearm waving in the air that appeared to be intoxicated?
I wanted to make sure that he wasn't going to use that firearm recklessly.
Okay. And roughly how many people were outside? Well, let's turn back. Defense asked you a lot. Earlier, Mr. Matthews asked you a few questions about the man in the area, the older man. When the older man indicated with the firearm that I am going to shoot these motherfuckers, what then went through your mind?
Say again? Who was that? Ms. Westmoreland, well, you have an objection? Basis? I'll sustain this form. You can rephrase.
Is it fair to say that you said
I sustain the question, Mr. Form.
when you heard the older man make that statement, what were you thinking at that point?
That he was going to shoot somebody.
And how much time passed between the time that that firearm was brandished and the time that Zone 3 officers responded to that area?
They responded within 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay. And I want to ask you just a few more questions. You said that you saw drugs that evening, correct?
Yes, sir.
What type of drugs did you see?
It was marijuana.
Okay. Did you have to make reference to gang activity based on the facts that you knew at that time?
Objection, self-serving.
I'll sustain it, Mr. Form.
Okay. Did you make reference to any gang activity?
No, sir.
Why not?
Objection, self-serving.
Now, I'll allow that, Mr. Matthews. Or
Why not?
Reason being is because during that time, my investigation was dealing with an actor-shooter situation.
Is it your responsibility to take out gang warrants?
No, sir.
Okay. And earlier, Mr. Matthews made a commentary about graffiti and asked you some questions about graffiti and YSL possible posting. How are you aware that YSL is associated with that area that you were in on September 5th, 2010?
Your Honor, ask and answer.
Overruled.
An objection, Your Honor. Attorney Matthews is not making commentary. He asked a question.
Okay, I'll overrule that.
Well, you can go ahead and answer.
Just rephrase your question, okay?
Sure, Your Honor.
All right.
How are you aware that YSL is associated with that area?
Based on my investigations that I've had in the past, my experience in that area,
He didn't object, Your Honor. He didn't reference any of this in his report. He didn't make any arrests for any.
Overruled, sir.
based on my experience, again, I've interaction with different individuals in that area. They were documented as YSL members.
All right, Your Honor, no further questions.
Any recross?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Matthews.
Thank you. Investigator McKesson, to be clear, you didn't reference anything in your report arising from this incident relevant to YSL, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anybody else?
You see the report that the investigator has in front of him, Your Honor?
You mean, hold on. You mean states 200R? Yeah, you can come and look at it, sure.
Investigator, may I approach you?
Yes, sir.
Can I see the report that you're looking at here? Is that what you brought?
That's what I brought, yes, sir.
I just want to ask you a question, and thank you. That's states 200R, as in record, right?
Romeo.
Romeo, that's right. I apologize.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that included in what you brought up with you when you came to testify? It's by your left hand?
Yes.
Same report there?
Yes, sir.
About 8 lines down in that report.
Which report?
200R as well as what you brought. It's page 2.
Okay.
Does it say, no, it's page 2 is the number. It's on the first page.
Okay.
Doesn't that inform us that the back passenger actually disarmed the drunk man with the gun?
This is not my report, but yes.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, any further examination, Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor.
All right. At this point in time, may Investigator McKessie be permanently temporarily excused witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Permanent?
Yes.
Okay. Investigator McKessie, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. Please don't discuss your testimony to anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the hour is about almost 11:45-ish, and since you haven't taken a break, how about we do this? How about I go ahead and just break right now for lunch? 1 o'clock, how's that sound? Okay, and then we'll probably work until probably about 3:30-ish or thereabouts, and then we'll recess for the day, okay? All right, remember my admonitions I've given you, and if you should leave your headquarters, leave your notepads in the basket, and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock, and once all 17 of you are here, we'll reconvene, okay? All right, all rise. He's already at the door. And I said, all right, he was saying we're already moving toward the door. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us. Please be seated. Okay, anything before we go to lunch?
Nothing from the station, Your Honor.
Anything from anybody else? Okay, all right, we'll see everybody back at 1 o'clock, and as soon as everybody's back, we'll go ahead and get started, and we'll probably recess today about 3:30. So, I knew it was too good. Mr. Harvey, what is it? Oh, yes, absolutely, sir. Okay, all right. Okay, we're in recess?
Everybody from Mr. Brown?
All right, sir, name and everybody there?
Yes, sir. Everybody's present and accounted for.
How about our jurors? How about our jurors, sir?
Yes, sir. Everybody's present.
Okay, all right.
You make sure everybody's.
Okay.
Your Honor, whenever the court's ready, I have 2 updates for the court.
I'm sorry, one more time.
I just had 2 updates for the court when the court's ready.
In a second.
Saying I'm not ready yet.
Oh, you have a seat? I'm sorry, we're not ready quite yet. Okay. Ms. Hilton, you said you had 2 updates before we bring in our jury?
Yes, one I need to approach on and the other is.
Sorry, one is a matter I need to approach on, and the second is into Mr. Steele's inquiry this morning regarding the interview with Jaden Myrick.
Okay, so what about the interview?
It is not the state's intention to play that recorded interview.
It's, man, you are like, I'm going to have to get you a hearing aid, Mr. Sharp, okay? It is not the state's intention to play the Jaden Myrick video.
I understand. Do they intend to ask the deputy the contents, or the officer the contents of the interview?
Now, I'm going to ask you that question. What do you think?
I'm hoping no.
I don't believe
I would
that
think
the
that would
state
probably
is
be no.
intending to do that.
All right, okay, so we don't have to take up anything about that particular issue as regards to Myrick. Is that correct?
Correct. If something changes, we'll inform defense. But as far as my understanding, we will not be playing that statement.
Okay. Or soliciting any information in regards to that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, what's the second thing you all want to approach us to? Send a representative up, please. All right, let's talk radio. Which mic, Christina?
She's able to pick up from this one.
Your Honor, please moment to step outside.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to recess in place, okay?
You're on that, Coach. This is Angela Williams.
You can come up with Mr. Brown, okay? I can hear it myself. Yeah. All right, Ms. Hilton, we good?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what about your next witness?
That's one of the ones we just mentioned.
Well, what?
That's one of the ones we just talked about.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the media, if you could do me a favor and not otherwise take pictures or videotape this next witness. Okay? Thank you. All right, call your next witness.
Don't do it.
Come on.
DP?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, it's all right. We'll be fine. All right, have him come on out, okay?
All right, for jury.
Got a way to figure that out. Plus, it doesn't make a difference, does it? Anyways,
I didn't, but we got to do this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, call your next witness, madam.
It'll be Mr. Brown, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brown.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Officer Dwayne Thomas to the stand.
All right, Officer Thomas. Good afternoon, sir. So if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you turn and face Sergeant Ingram, you swear as a witness before you sit down.
You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
I see. Name, just spell your first and last name for the course of outlawry.
Officer Dwayne Thomas, Dwayne, D-W-A-Y-N-E.
You know, man,
No. Thomas, T-H-O-M-A-S.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Thomas.
Good afternoon.
All right, well, are you employed?
I am
And where are you employed?
with the City of Atlanta Police Department.
How long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
It's about 6 years now.
And what responsibilities or duties do you have with the Atlanta Police Department?
Responsibilities are to answer 911 call, to support the community, and be there in crisis, time of need.
Okay. Do you work in a particular zone?
Yes, I work in Zone 3.
Okay. And have you been there for the entire 6 years that you've been at AD?
That's correct.
And what's your official title?
Right now, I work on crime suppression unit, official title of police officer.
And are you post-certified?
I am.
And were you post-certified on September 5th, 2020?
I was.
Do you recall working on September 5th, 2020?
I do.
Can you briefly tell the jury what it is that you remember about that day?
I remember an off-duty officer came over the radio about a suspicious activity at 221 Cleveland Avenue, the gas station. About multiple people with firearms, possibly one waving it in the air, coming in and out of vehicles, and possible narcotics.
In what zone is 221 Cleveland Avenue located?
It's in Zone 3,
And in what county is Zone 3 located?
Fulton County.
And do you know what if any kind of businesses are located in that area?
In that area is gas stations, fast food restaurants, laundromats.
Okay. Are you generally familiar with the area of 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I am.
And can you tell the jury what you know about the 221 Cleveland Avenue area based on your law enforcement experience?
Based on my experience, it's an area that is known for gang activity and narcotic sale.
Okay. Do you know if the YSL gang is particularly associated with that territory?
I do.
Okay.
Sorry, who just said that?
Mr. Harden. Also staying as a form.
Okay. All right, sir. Do you know of a particular gang associated with that area?
The Cleveland Avenue corridor, yes, the YSL gang.
When you arrived to the 221 Cleveland Avenue area, what, if anything, did you do?
I was notified by that off-duty officer about a male wearing a red beanie, possibly having a firearm on him. We detained the male. He got down on the ground to find the firearm in his waistband. We identified who he was and proceeded.
Okay. Let's slow walk what you just described. Do you know the identity of the male that was detained by you?
Yes, I believe it's Quantarius Greer.
Okay. And for what reason was he detained?
He was detained just based off the off-duty officer observation about multiple people with firearms, one possibly waving it in the air, people seeming agitated like they were about to jump into a shootout or something like that, and so we got on the scene where people started to fled, and Mr. Guerrero was there.
Okay. Where was the firearm recovered?
On his waistband.
Okay. When you say on his waistband, are you talking about the front?
Yes, the front.
Okay. And do you know what type of firearm was recovered by you?
I believe it was a Taurus.
And what, if anything, did you do with that firearm after you recovered?
I checked the status of the firearm.
Okay. And what did that, what did you determine, if anything, after you checked that status?
That the firearm was a stolen firearm out of Clayton County.
Did he say anything to you about the firearm?
He stated that it belonged to his sister.
Was that before or after you checked the status of it?
I believe that was before.
How did you go about determining that male's identity?
I believe that he gave me his name.
Would you recognize that firearm if you received to see it?
Yes.
And at this time, Your Honor, state is marked for identity purposes. States exhibit 166N as amended. And now approaching the Deputy Ingram's approaching witness, what has been marked as 166N. Officer Thomas, what is in front of you?
The firearm that I recovered.
And how do you know that to be the firearm that you recovered?
The serial number matches from what I put in evidence.
And do you remember that serial number that you put in evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that serial number?
The serial number is the Tom Ida X-ray 51379.
Okay. And is that piece of evidence in front of you the same or substantially the same condition it was when you recovered it on September the 5th, 2020?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I now move to admit states 166N and request permission simultaneously to publish to the jury.
First, any objection to states 166 November? Hearing no objection, 166.
Your Honor, the continuing objection since it's November that night.
I couldn't hear you, Mr. Steele.
I'm sorry.
Continuing objection?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so no, 166 ends admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Okay. Yes. State 166N is now being published to the jury. Was that firearm loaded when you recovered it?
Yes, it was.
Can you tell the jury how many bullets were in it?
It had one in the chamber and 7 in the magazine.
And can you tell the jury what a magazine is?
The magazine is this piece of clip right here.
Okay. Was anything besides a firearm recovered that day?
Yes, a bag of marijuana.
Okay. And where was it recovered?
It was recovered underneath the vehicle.
Do you know what vehicle?
No.
But you do recall that it was recovered from underneath the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I am going to republish the jury states 161 November on the screen. So we can make the grand sharing privileges. All right. Officer Thomas, to your left is the screen. Can you tell the jury what we are looking at here in this picture?
A bag of marijuana, suspected marijuana.
Does that appear to be what was recovered on that evening of September 5th, 2020?
Yes.
And did you take possession of that bag after it was recovered?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is now marking for identification purposes. States, well, the things of the witness has been already marked for identification purposes as 166N. And with permission, I will approach the witness with that.
Yes, you may, sir.
Street 167.
167, yeah.
You said 166.
My apologies, 167N. I am now handing you, you can cut that open. Have you had an opportunity to look at States 167N?
Oh, you want me to take it out?
What is inside of State 167N?
A bag of marijuana.
Is that the same bag of marijuana that you recovered on September the 5th, 2020?
Yes, it looks like it.
And well, it looks like it, okay. And is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you took possession of it on that day?
Yes.
Right, at this time, the state now moves to admit States 167N into evidence.
Any objection to States 167 November?
Same on behalf of Mr. Williams, if you don't mind, Your Honor.
All right, continuing objection. I'll admit it and maybe publish as you see fit.
Thank you. You may remove that piece of evidence from the bag and publish with the jury.
I put it into property of evidence.
And at this time, Your Honor, the state has no further questions for this case.
Cross. Mr. Adams?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
Thomas, Investigator Thomas, am I right?
Officer Thomas.
Officer Thomas, okay. Officer Thomas, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Keith Adams. I represent Jeffery Williams. You and I have not met before, correct?
No.
All right. I've got a couple of questions I want to ask you about your involvement in this case and this specific act that we're talking about from back in 2020, okay? Ground rules, if you don't hear me or don't understand a question, just let me know. I'll be happy to repeat myself, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. If I read your report correctly, you responded to this location, this gas station, because there was a call that went out from an off-duty officer, right?
Correct.
Right. You responded, and the call that came out was not that there was any sort of aggravated assault taking place. There was suspicious persons or something like that. Am I right about that?
No, there was not any aggravated assault that had occurred.
Okay. All right. There were people there who were said to, the officer, off-duty officer, saw guns, right?
Yes.
Okay. Individuals with guns. Specifically, one guy who was waving a gun around and making some statements. Is that right?
Correct.
What you came to find out, though, or maybe what you observed, I don't know, you tell me when you got there, is that that guy who was waving the gun around, who was described as someone who might have been under the influence or something like that, that guy was waving the gun around, and then the rear passenger of a vehicle came and took the gun from him, right?
That was my understanding at the time.
Okay. I mean, that's what you wrote in your report, right?
Yes.
That person who took the gun from the drunk guy waving the gun around was Mr. Greer, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you show up at the scene, and there are a number of people there at the gas station, right?
Correct.
They're not doing anything, right? They're not, no one's committing any sort of crime or anything like that. Folks, there are a lot of people congregating at the gas station, right?
I'm not sure.
Nobody was fighting.
No.
Nobody was threatening anybody, right?
Not sure.
Okay. You certainly didn't see any of that.
No, I did not.
Okay. Mr. Greer being described to you, or with your knowledge as the person who took the gun from the drunk guy, had the gun on his person?
Yes.
He was detained by you?
I believe so.
Okay. And the gun was taken from him?
Yes.
All right. No fight, no fuss, no argument, nothing like that. Just took the gun that he had in his waistband that he had taken from the drunk guy, right?
Yeah, he had cooperated.
He what now?
He cooperated.
Okay, got you. Thank you for that. Marijuana. Let's see, is that picture going? You have it in front of you? Are you the one who found this?
No.
Who did?
Officer McGovern, I believe.
Governor? Young lady?
Yes.
Used to be Hawkins?
Yes.
McGovern.
McGovern, yeah. There it is.
Where was it found?
Underneath a vehicle.
Okay. Underneath whose vehicle?
Don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Anybody charged with that?
No.
Okay. No relationship, that bag of stuff that was found under somebody's vehicle, no relationship to Mr. Greer, I presume?
Unknown.
Okay. Don't know if it was related to anybody there at the scene, in what capacity it was related to anybody, huh?
That's true.
Okay. Was Mr. Greer the only person arrested there that night?
I don't remember.
All right.
I believe so.
Okay. This was back in 2020, right?
Yes.
Okay. That was the extent of your involvement in that case, essentially being present when someone was in possession of a stolen gun, right?
Yes.
And you haven't had any involvement with that until you were called to come testify in this sprawling RICO racketeering gun case, right?
Repeat that again.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
I'll stand.
Now withdraw it.
That's the commentary.
Yes, sir. You talked a little bit about the area, right? And Mr. Prosecutor asked you to describe the area, and you said it's an area known for gang activity and high crime and that sort of thing.
Yes.
It's a poor area, right?
That is subjected to what you believe poor is.
Well, poor means, low income.
I can't say.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. I mean, you're well versed enough to say that it's a high crime area or it's a gang area, but you can't say whether it's a low income area or not.
No, there's some nice houses that's not too far from there.
Gotcha. Okay. A gang area or known for gang activity. You mentioned YSL. Actually, you were asked about YSL and about gang. You said YSL. What other gangs in that area?
I'm not sure of any other gangs.
You're not sure?
No.
But you knew to come in here and say YSL today, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. High crime. You describe it as a high crime area?
It can be.
Okay. It can be?
Yes.
Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't?
Exactly.
Okay. A lot of areas in Atlanta can be classified as high crime areas sometimes, right?
Yes.
A lot of areas, a lot of locations in Atlanta could be classified as places where you might find gangs, perhaps, right?
Yes.
All right. It's just a matter of which one they want you to come in and talk about.
Objection.
I stand objection.
All right. Officer Thomas, thank you. That's all I got.
Anybody else, anything further? Yes, Mr. Matthews.
Officer Thomas, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You were shown a firearm during the course of your testimony, right?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor, may I approach the witness and may I handle that particular piece of evidence?
You don't point at anybody, you certainly can.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Officer Thomas, this firearm that you described, I think you read the serial number out, right?
Yes.
Serial number was not scratched off of it, correct?
No.
And Mr. Greer actually stated to you who owned it and how he came into possession of it, right?
No, he said his sister gave it to him.
Right. And just looking at this firearm on its face, you can't tell it's stolen, can you?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Anybody else? Anything further? All right, any redirect, Mr. Brown?
Just with the, starting with the last question asked by Mr. Matthews, how were you able to tell that the firearm was stolen?
I ran it on our system, ACIC,
And what came up?
that it was stolen out of Clayton County.
Okay. And earlier on cross, Mr. Adams indicated that you weren't able to see what happened prior to your arrival. Why was that the case?
Because I was not there.
Okay. And were you aware that someone handed the older male the gun?
Was I aware that someone handed the older male the gun? Yes.
Okay. And were you there to see who handed him the gun?
No.
I want to show what has already been admitted, the state's police officer. It is State's 162 November, which is currently on the screen. In the bottom right hand of the screen, can you see who that person is?
Officer Hawkins.
Okay. And was that the individual who recovered the marijuana initially?
Yes.
And was that the same person who provided it to you to take it out?
Yes.
Was your statement about Cleveland Avenue being a high crime and gang area based on your training and experience as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Thanks. No further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Adams?
Yes, actually, I do have one or two questions.
Okay, let's see.
Okay, four or five.
One or two? 4 or 5, okay. We'll soon find out. Okay, all right, so, yeah, I'm gonna count them out for you.
All right. Let's choose carefully. The gun, right?
Yes.
You charge Quintavious Greer with being in possession of a stolen gun, right?
I believe so, yes.
Now, the information that you had, though, right, was that he had gotten it, he took it away from the drunk guy who was waving it around, right?
That's what I believed at the time, yes.
Right. And the other information you had is that that drunk guy actually got the gun from the driver of the car, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You don't remember speaking to the walk through the officer who said that the driver is the one who came and gave the gun to the drunk guy. Drunk guy waves it around, and then the back passenger, Mr. Greer, got out of the car and took the gun from the drunk guy. You remember that's what you were told?
I'm not sure.
Okay. How about this then? You know that the drunk guy was waving the gun around before Quintavious Greer took it from him, right?
Yeah, I know somebody was waving it around.
Right. So he was in possession of a stolen gun when he's waving that stolen gun around, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was he charged?
No. I don't know who he is.
You.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, to mischaracterization of the evidence.
I'm gonna allow it. I'm gonna allow it.
3 people would touch in or being in possession of that stolen gun. Quintavious Greer, the only person arrested, right? If you know.
Repeat that question.
All right. 3 people in possession of the gun. Driver, who gave it to the drunk guy, that's one. Drunk guy, who's waving around talking about, I'm gonna shoot y'all motherfuckers. And Quintavious Greer. 3 people. I'm touching and being in possession of that stolen gun.
Hold on, wait a second. What's
Object, Your Honor, that is mischaracterization of the evidence and the testimony that's come out in this trial.
I think I'm overruling the objection, Mr. Brown.
You understand the question?
I understand the question. I wasn't there to see who had the weapon, who gave it to who. I just know that when I made contact with Mr. Greer, he had the firearm on him.
You uncovered the off-duty officer who was there, McKessie. Was he still there when you got there?
Yes.
Okay, so he's the one who called it in, right? He would know who was in possession of the gun.
Objection.
Right?
Speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. But McKessie was there when you got there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, sir. That's all I got.
Anything further, Mr. Matthews?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything further from the state?
One question, Your Honor. Was the fire?
Just one?
Yes, one, literally.
Okay, all right.
What was the status of the fire that you recovered that evening from Mr. Greer's person?
That's asked and answered.
No further
I
questions.
sustain the question. All right. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, count please. May we permanently or temporarily excuse Officer Thomas?
You may, Your Honor.
Permanent?
Permanent.
Okay, Officer Thomas, I'm going to permanently excuse your witness, release you back to your usual duties and avocation. Just don't discuss your testimony and anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown or Ms. Hilton, who's your next witness?
Sharon Latner's beginning Act 76.
Any issues as to her being filmed, madam?
No issue.
Okay, all right. Members of the media, you may resume filming the witness. Okay, consistent with the court's earlier directive.
The next ones after this will be the one we discussed this morning.
We'll take that up at that time. Okay. Ms. Landers? Good afternoon, madam. If you could please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
How you doing? Raise your hand. You swear affirm the testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Absolutely. State spell your first and last name for the court's document.
Sharon Latners, SharonLatners.
And Ms. Latner, where are you going?
City of Atlanta Communication 911 Center,
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta 911 Communication Center?
33 years.
And what are your job duties and responsibilities with the City of Atlanta 911 Communication Center?
I am custodian of records. I handle all ingoing, outgoing 911 call audios, dispatch audios. I handle all the subpoena cases and I handle all the court cases.
If you can, in that job responsibilities, you also handle CAD reports.
Handle CAD reports.
What is a CAD report?
CAD report is computer aided dispatch. What's on the CAD report, the information that the caller gives to the 911 call taker, and also what the officer gives to the dispatchers.
And how is the information maintained on a CAD report?
It's maintained on our NICE system in my office 24 hours.
And are the CAD reports maintained for each 911 call that comes in?
It all depends on the scenario of the call.
What do you mean by that?
Well, sometimes you might get a 911 call, someone asks for direction. We will not create a CAD for that.
If it's any type of need for police response, would a CAD be created?
Yes.
And are the CAD reports kept in the regular ordinary course of business of the City of Atlanta 911 Communication Center?
Yes.
Now, what type of information, if you're looking at CAD, will be on that CAD call detail report?
You will have the incident, you will have the date of the call, you will have the location of the call, then you will have the information that the caller provides to the operator.
And when is the information from the CAD report generated?
It's generated as soon as the operator press F4.
And as the CAD report is generated for a 911 call, how long do you have with the police department?
We'll go back to 2000.
Now, when it relates to 911 calls, how long are 911 calls happening?
Since we take over 1 million calls a year, we might have up to 3 years at this time.
And when 911 calls are generated, is it at the time of the call?
Yes.
Well, have you been given a request to obtain the 911 call and CAD report for an incident on May 25th, 2018, specifically case number 181-401-945?
Yes.
Were you able to produce any 911 calls or CAD report as relates to that call?
Yes.
Have you been able to look at both the 911, listen to the 911 calls, and see a copy of the CAD report for that incident?
Yes.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly on this matter? Sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, the objection is overruled, and I'll make it a continuing objection. All right.
I believe I admitted them, Your Honor, but if I did, I feel like admit cases in 98M and 99M to evidence.
All right, states 98M, what, again, ma'am?
98 and 99M. I'm gonna say that's money because I don't know.
Mike. We need to go take a look at the podium.
Yes, podium is way too far.
Okay. Any further objections otherwise have not been noted as to states 99 and 99 Mike? Okay. All right, they're admitted and may be published as you see fit, subject to the court's appropriate instruction.
Now, Ms. Letters, you can either see it on your screen or you can start at the top of the page. If you can kind of orient the jury to what we're looking at first, what is this?
Copy of the CAD report.
And in looking at the CAD report, coming down when it says call information, what date was this CAD generated?
May 25, 2018.
And when it says call type and description, what does that mean?
Call type?
Call type and description?
Oh, that's the type of call it is. It says a fifth person been shot.
And what is the location where the incident had occurred?
537 Park Avenue Southeast at Grant Park.
And when we scroll down to caller information, what would be contained in the caller information section?
Well, it says source E911 call. It doesn't have a name on there because the person didn't give their name.
Okay. And then would that be the phone number of the individual who made the call?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, going to page 2 of the CAD report. Generally, what information is provided here where it's talking about unit time? What is that information?
It shows all the units that went to this location.
And when we're talking about units, what are we referencing?
Officers.
All right. And the numbers here, 3607, 3650, what do those numbers represent?
3607 is Zone 6, and that's their unit number, 3607. Each unit has their own unit number for their vehicles.
And now going to page 3 of the CAD report. What information is now being contained on page 3?
It just shows your unit number, the time they arrived on scene.
And is that third column still just location information?
It shows the location information.
And I guess I did not ask, my apologies, we can go back up to page 1. What time did this call come in?
Call came in, it shows 2020, which is military time, which is regular time is 8 o'clock p.m.
Now going to page 4. Excuse me, let's go back to page 3. If we go down to page 3 at 9:54 and 50 seconds, 9:54 p.m. and 50 seconds. When it says en route to grade T2 or T6 at 21:54, what does that mean?
That means graded ambulances en route to Grady.
Now going to page 4. And when you scroll down to the CAD narrative, what does that mean?
The information that the caller provided to the operator, she just types it in.
All right. So let's just start at May 25th, 2018 at 8:01 p.m. What information was provided to the 911 dispatcher? 911 operator, excuse me.
The caller advised shooting at the basketball activities, shooting, can hear shots in the area, background.
All right. And going to 8:02 p.m., what was provided to 911 dispatch?
It just shows difficult call, someone called by Grant Park.
And flipping to, or going to page 5. At 8:07 p.m., what information do you have?
The officer advised he's going through the houses on Spalding.
Okay. And what about right above at 8:07?
Second victim possible at the BP at Glenwood and Boulevard.
Now at 8:15 p.m., where it starts with BJ, what does that mean?
Insurance and one wearing blue jeans, black shirt.
And would that be a description?
Yes, that's the description of a person.
All right. And do we know, can we tell from this line here who's calling that information in?
That's not the person calling in. That's the officer telling the dispatcher the information.
Okay, so the officer's telling information, blue jeans and black shirt.
Yes.
All right. And in the next line, LS behind 502 Grant Street, stuck on the fence.
Officer advised last seen behind at 502 Grant Street, stuck on the fence.
Okay. And going to the next line.
And unit advised male dropped his 69 with a 69 gun.
69 is a gun. All right. And then what's the line after that?
GAT unit and ID is en route. The ID unit and I don't know what GAT is. I'm sorry, that's a gang unit.
Okay. Next.
Unit advised Perks possible running through the park. That's what the officer telling his dispatcher.
All right. Next line.
Perk possible Sydney and Loomis.
Next.
K9, which is the dog, they requested K9 to come to that location. 451 Loomis Walker, Southwest in Sydney.
What's next?
Second victim located at Grady.
And what's after that?
It says shot to the side, alert, conscious, and breathing.
What was that last part?
Alert, conscious, and breathing.
All right. And then the next line.
They advised the media is on the scene.
And the next line.
The call came as 25 in the area with shots fired, but it changed. The unit advised the dispatcher changed to someone been shot.
All right. And next.
He advised both victims at Grady. They 26 on the scene at L 28 B Baker.
And what's the next line?
They advised they have cameras footage of male running at 9:32 hours.
And what's the last line? Or the second to last line?
At 452 Cherokee Avenue has video footage Perk dropping the gun.
All right. And then what is the last line?
At 1:01 a.m. they showed clear the scene, code 17. They did a report on the incident.
All right. So we started, officer began responding at 8 o'clock p.m. and they left at 1:01 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Next, we're going to publish State's Exhibit 98.
Hurry up, we need police here at the Grand Park. There's a shooting.
Okay, what's the address?
It's in Grand Park. Grand Park. Next to the zoo.
Grand Park?
Yeah, that's the zoo. Shit.
Hurry up, we need
police here at the Grand Park. There's a shooting.
Okay, where is the address?
It's in Grand Park. Grand Park. Next to the zoo.
Grand Park?
Yeah, that's the zoo. Shit. At the basketball court. Send the police.
Is anyone injured?
I have no idea. Just send the fucking police. Don't ask me those fucking questions right now, ladies. Send the fucking police. Hurry. Asking fucking stupid questions. Is anybody injured?
Now you're on one of the second call from that 98M.
Atlanta, 911 emergency, operator 5577. What is the address of your emergency?
Grand Park Community Center, Rec Center by the tennis courts.
Okay, do you see who is shooting?
I did not.
Okay, the police are out there.
But it's not, yeah, just that's why it sounded like multiple people were shooting. It wasn't just one gun. It was two types of guns.
Sounded like two types of guns? Okay. All right, we'll let the officers know.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thanks. Okay, thanks.
And next round, we're going to pay the third call on 98. And we stopped that second call at 44 seconds.
Okay.
Come on.
Atlanta 911, operator 711, Los Angeles Sergeant Emergency.
Can you please in the ambulance?
To where address?
What's the address? Man, put that damn house.
What's the address of 2 Cross Street?
What's the address? What's the address? 520 Park Avenue, Southeast.
All right, 520 Park Avenue, Southeast. Please hold for Grady. Do not disconnect. What's the apartment number? What's the apartment number? What's the apartment number? Hello? Hey, Grady, we have 520 Park Avenue Southeast, 520 Park Avenue Southeast, but I don't have an apartment number.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, ma'am. This is Grady, EMS. Can I have you confirm your address for me?
What's the address? 520 Park Avenue Southeast. 520 Park Avenue Southeast.
What's the apartment number?
What's the apartment number? Number 3.
Is there a gate code to get in?
No, it's not a gate code.
Okay, what's the phone number you're calling from in case you're disconnected?
404-704-6926.
Okay, and what's your name?
Lady.
Tell me exactly what happened.
Okay, we just at a bar and they started shooting, and this boy right inside, and he need an ambulance now, he's shot in the leg.
Okay, are you with the patient now?
Yes, he open and he alert. He just need an ambulance now.
Yes, ma'am, we have one on the way. I need to ask some questions. How old is he?
I don't know.
Ma'am, how old is he?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Okay, is he awake?
Yeah, no, man, see, I don't know. I don't know. He's awake. You don't know if he's conscious? No, I don't know him. He said, help him, man. Can you please come? We're en route, ma'am. The questions are not holding him up. Is he breathing? Hello? Lana, can we get PD and fire?
I'm 711, police and fire en route.
Thank you.
What's your operator?
826.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Start that recording at full 3 minutes and 4 seconds. After providing both the CAD reports and 911 calls to the district attorney's office, does that include your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross. Yes, Mr. Matthews.
Ms. Lattners?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you this afternoon?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Good, good. Ms. Lattners, you are the 911 custodian who is here today to talk about what we've just learned. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You did not yourself receive the call as the dispatcher on this particular date. Is that correct?
Yes.
You certainly, from the CAD report, we just heard you read certain things from it. Apparently there was a shooting out there somewhere around Grant Park, right?
Yes.
That's what we heard on the 911 call. And the information on the CAD report that I am holding up here that you have there at your desk, that's information that is called in to you either by the 911 caller or the officer themselves, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're asked to go to page 5 by the prosecutor, and you are basically just reading what one of the officers typed into this report. Is that right?
Officer doesn't type into a report. They tell their dispatcher what's going on.
Right. And it said at 8:03 p.m., we're talking about 8 o'clock in the evening, correct?
Yes.
And we just heard one of the callers. I think we're going to go to, well, let's start with the first 911 call. That was a person, female caller, called in, said there was a shooting, right?
Yes.
Caller didn't give any names or anything of that nature, correct?
Correct.
Just basically, hey, get out here because there was a shooting, right?
Right.
Didn't give any descriptions of whether it was a black male, white male, Asian male, or anything of that nature, right?
Right.
Didn't give any clothing descriptions or anything of that sort, right?
Right.
Okay. And then we go to the second call. That would have been a male, right? In the order of the calls that we just listened to. That caller said that there's an incident at Grant Park, right?
Right.
And that person stated they did not see who was shooting, correct?
Correct.
That person did not give any type of description or identification of anyone that was shooting, right?
Correct.
And then that person said it sounded like it may have been two types of guns, correct?
Yes.
But beyond that, there was no other information that was provided other than what we just heard, correct?
Correct.
And then lastly, the last call that we heard is stated, police sent an ambulance, and it was actually an apartment that they were asking the ambulance to come to, correct?
Correct.
They weren't asking the ambulance to come to Grant Park, right?
Correct.
And then we were trying to listen in for the address, and they finally gave the address, and they gave an apartment number, right?
That's right.
This person says, hey, I don't know this person, but I think he got shot in the leg. I think he may be conscious, may not be unconscious. They just wanted an ambulance to come out there, correct?
Correct.
We did not hear on that caller's call any description of anyone in terms of being a tall person or a short person, correct?
Correct.
Didn't hear anything about the race of the person, black male, white male, Asian, Hispanic, or otherwise, right?
Correct.
But we did hear that there was a shooting on the basketball court. Did we hear that?
And that was from the first call.
Okay. Now, we also, on page 5, there was some mention about camera footage of a male running. Who would have been the person that would have recorded that information?
The officer telling dispatcher that information.
Okay, so the officer's telling dispatch that there's some camera footage?
Yes.
Okay. And beyond that, that's what we know. You don't know if anyone went out to talk to anyone who got shot. You don't know that, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. You're just the custodian who has done a fine job of coming in here and letting us hear these calls, correct?
I'm the custodian who pulled the information for you, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Yes, Mr. Sharp.
Ms. Ratners, good afternoon.
Hi.
Hello. I just want to make sure I have this straight. The first call, chronologically, that came in after this shooting that was reported, what time did that come in?
First call came in at 8 o'clock p.m. hours.
8 o'clock p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, and it reported a shooting at the basketball courts in Grant Park, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And now, another caller gave an address of 537 Park Avenue, correct?
Yes.
Do you know that address to be the Grant Park Community Center, right next to the basketball courts?
I can't say that. What's in the CAD pops up, and they give that address, it pops up in our CAD. It's an address for the Atlanta.
Okay, so you're not sure of what 537 is?
No, I don't.
Okay. But it was 537 Park Avenue.
It says Grant Park, Atlanta.
537 Park Avenue at Grant Park?
Yes.
Okay. And these calls were coming in at 8 o'clock p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Now, regarding the radio traffic, what time was the person they're referring to as a perp, what time were they encountered that night? According to the records.
Looking at the CAD report, the first officer shows at 8:15 p.m., blue jean, black shirt. That's what he tells his dispatcher, 8:15 p.m.
Okay. But no identification?
Don't say no identification, sir.
Okay. Does this indicate when the quote-unquote perpetrator was encountered by the police?
I can't advise you on that. I don't know.
Okay. Does it indicate what time an arrest was made?
I don't show anything about arrest made. It just says both victim at Grady.
Okay, so we don't know how much time passed between the shooting and the arrest?
No, sir. If it's not in here, I can't tell you anything.
Okay. And where was the arrest made? Do we have an address for that?
They're going to go by what's on this CAD report.
Yes.
537 Park Avenue, Southeast. Now, it's up to the officer to tell his dispatcher where the arrest was made. It might be in the officer report, but it's not on this CAD. The officer report and the CAD report does not coordinate together.
Could you look at the radio traffic at 8:26 p.m.?
On page 5?
Yes.
It says possible at sickness and Loomis.
So a possible perp, an officer called in a possible perp at Sydney and Loomis at 8:26 p.m.
That's what he advises dispatcher.
Okay, that would be 26 minutes after the original 911 call.
Yes, sir.
And they were reporting this possible perp at Loomis and Sydney.
That's what's on the report.
Okay, do you know, are you familiar with the Grant Park area?
No, I'm not really.
Well, I'm going to ask you this question. If you don't know, you don't know.
That's fine.
How far is the corner of Sydney and Loomis from the basketball courts on Grant Park?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Any redirect, sir? Or madam?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right. May we permanently or temporarily excuse Ms. Landers?
Ms. Landers asked me to be temporarily excused.
Okay, Ms. Landers. Sorry about that. Gonna have to call you again. All right. Don't you roll your eyes at me, all right? Okay, madam. So seriously, thank you for your patience with us. You are going to be subject to recall. Don't discuss testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? Thank you. All right, thank you. We'll give you plenty of notice when you need to come back. All right, thanks. Okay, all right. All right, call your next witness, please, Mr. Brown or Ms. Hilton.
Your Honor, this is the witness with the issue we discussed earlier today, Your Honor.
Okay, who is it?
Officer Henry Radcliffe.
All right, members of the media, if you would please refrain from videotaping this particular witness. All right, thank you. All right, summon Officer Radcliffe, please. All right, Officer Radcliffe, good afternoon, sir. If you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram, be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. See? State and spell the first and last name.
First name, Radcliffe, R-A-D-C-L-I-F. Last name, Henry, H-E-N-R-Y.
And where are you going?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And you can turn she's a juror, or she's a juror. How long have you worked with AG?
Over 6 years.
And what is your current assignment?
Patrol officer.
And are you assigned to a particular zone?
Yeah, Zone 6.
And where is the Zone 6? Where is Zone 6?
Off in Kirkwood area, 2025 Jose L. Williams Drive.
And where else does it cover? What else does it cover?
It covers Old Fort Ward, Pond City Market, Boulevard, Parkway, Grand Park, McDonough Boulevard, Moreland Avenue, close to Summerhill, part of Summerhill, Edgewood area.
It's a large area.
Yeah, it's a very big zone.
And on the southern side of Zone 6, what zone neighbors Zone 6?
What neighbor?
What zone is the neighboring zone to Zone 6?
Kirkwood.
What zone is the neighboring zone to Zone 6?
Oh, the neighboring zone is going to be Zone 3.
And are you post certified?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could tell the jury a little about your job history with the Atlanta Police Department over the last couple of years.
I'm a City of Atlanta police officer, working FOD, then I get field operation division. Then I get moved to field investigation team where I'm currently assigned to now.
And was both your time with FOD and FIT while you were with Zone 6?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are your jobs and responsibilities as a FIT officer in Zone 6?
To enforce the law in the state of Georgia, and also to enforce the law in the actual zone we are working through the city of Atlanta.
That's my duty.
Okay. I want to take you back to May of 2018. What unit in Zone 6 were you working in May of 2018?
What unit? I was a patrol officer, 2018.
And back in 2018, specifically on May 25th, 2018, what shift were you working?
I was working evening watch at the time.
And what time is evening watch?
Evening watch scheduled from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. or 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
And taking to May 25th, 2018, did you have the case to be dispatched to 451 Cherokee Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
And at what time were you dispatched?
8:01 p.m.
And is 451 Cherokee Avenue within Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am.
And why were you dispatched to that location?
So I dispatched to that location based on the original call came up as multiple people being shot over there by Grand Park, which is one of the biggest parks over there in Zone 6. So that was the reason why I was dispatched to that location. It come up as shots fired inside the park.
Now, did you ever make it to the park?
No, I never make it to the park.
What happened that you did not make it to the park?
So while on the way to the call, the call upgraded to a person, victim being shot. So they gave a full description of individual, some individual that was possibly the suspect at the time. So at that location that you gave me, that's where I made contact with that individual, where I stopped him where he fit the description of that subject. I stopped him and step on my patrol car, trying to have a conversation. Then he took off running.
What was the description that you were looking for?
The description I given over the radio was a black male wearing all black with a hoodie.
Okay. And what happened at that point?
As soon as I stepped on my patrol car and identified myself and said, "Hey, can I talk to you?" He took off running.
Okay. And what happened once he took off running?
As he took off running, started to run and chase him. While I was chasing him, he pulled out the firearm, tossed the firearm on the ground. I pick up the firearm real quick, I make it safe, put it in my pocket, continue running, apprehended the suspect maybe half a mile, detain him, take him into custody.
Okay. And you said that you picked up the firearm and made it safe. What does that mean?
I make it safe because I don't know the status of the weapon, whether if it is loaded, if it is around in the chamber, or it have some type of malfunction, so I make it safe for myself.
Okay. And as you said, you took off, you ran, did you end up detaining that person? Did you end up catching up to the person?
Yes, I catch him, I apprehend him.
You apprehended him. Okay. What happened once you apprehended him?
I apprehended him, put him in cuffs, I asked him if he okay. I asked him if he needed any type of medical attention. Then I asked him why was he running. Yeah, that's the question I asked him.
Okay. Was there a response?
No, he was tired.
Okay. You were tired or he was tired?
He was tired.
All right. Now, after you detained him and you asked why were you running, what happens next?
I bring him back to my patrol car. And when I bring him back to my patrol car, I run the weapon on ACIC to verify the firearm if it is stolen. And the firearm did came back stolen out of Winder Police Department. I was confirmed.
And Winder, is that Winder?
Winder.
Winder, Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Once you confirm it's still out of Winder, Georgia, what happens next?
Waiting confirmation. Once it was confirmed, I asked the individual about the weapon again, I Mirandize him.
Before we go there.
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me go ahead and just recess you. Let's just take a break. We'll take about 15 minutes, and then everybody can stretch and use the facilities, and we'll see you back in about 15, okay? Yes, sir. All right, remember my admonitions to you. All right, all rise.
All right, counsels, pursuant to our other conversation, I'm going to call in Juror 409 at this point in time, okay? All right, summon Juror 409, please, for me. Juror 409, can you have come on to the first row? As you know, please be seated. And let's see if that microphone will work that's right in front of, see the middle? Right here? No, the one right there. I want you to just be able to sit down. Not that one.
That one isn't working.
Are you sure? Okay, all right. Just give her the handheld mic. It's fine, Tim. All right, is dead? Okay, madam, come on up to the witness stand then. This is so everybody can hear you.
No. This is Kim.
What?
We gotta turn it. Yeah, we gotta turn the camera. No, it's that one up there.
Okay.
See if it's on, Tim.
It's off now.
All right, Juror 409, good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I need to ask you just a couple of questions. Within the last, I would say, 30 minutes, you shared a video on your phone with Sergeant Ingram, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and that particular video was of a person that, journalist, is his name William McCrae?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how did you come to look at this particular video?
When we were dismissed this last time, I saw myself on the camera above us here. And so I asked Sergeant Ingram, where else could we be seen on this camera, from this screen? And I asked if we could be seen in the viewing room. And then I remembered back in October of this year seeing something scroll through on social media. This was before we were picked as jurors.
Okay.
And I remembered, and because I personally, I don't know him personally, but because I know of the history of this individual, Mr. McCrae, I was concerned that information had been put out that might interfere with the trial, and so I brought it to his attention, Sergeant Ingram, and I said I remember seeing that. So with the camera view, I wanted to know if the jurors could be seen in the viewing room. At that time, he asked me to get a screenshot of what I saw back in October, and so I scrolled through his page and found the screenshot, but in the process of finding the screenshot, I saw the video. Now, the way social media works now, you can see a video, but if you don't touch it, you won't hear it. And so I continued to scroll, but I mentioned to him that there's a video, and it looks like he was live in the courtroom.
Was this earlier, like in October, or was it when did this video or live incident filmed by Mr. McCrae occur?
It looks like it occurred when he was here this week. I saw him on yesterday, and I brought it to Sergeant Ingram's attention.
Oh, okay, so your concern was that you might have seen yourself on a live feed?
Yes.
Okay, all right, and you're attributing that to Mr. McCrae?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Or concerned that any of us could have been on a live feed.
Did you show this video to any other of your fellow jurors?
No.
Did you tell them anything about Mr. McCrae or your concerns?
I mentioned it in the room
And of course, they overheard me talking to Sergeant Ingram.
Who is they? Is that all of your fellow jurors, or was that, do you recall what jurors used?
I can't. I don't know if everyone, and I can't say for certain which ones did hear. Just that I had a concern. And no one has heard the video or seen any of it, anything from that individual's post.
Okay, this particular video by that you're referring to, that was the one that's on your phone?
Yes, correct.
Would this video in any way affect your ability to listen to this case, apply the law that I'll give to you and your colleagues, and you, to apply to the facts and the evidence as you determine them to be, and render a decision that speaks the truth as to all parties?
Not at all.
All right. So your basic concern was that you thought that he might be filming in contravention of the court's order?
Correct.
All right. And how do you know him from, or what caused your concern to raise this to Sergeant Ingram?
I know the history that follows this gentleman.
Okay, and without getting into that, and that's what made you concerned?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right, Juror 409, I'm going to ask you to step back into your headquarters. Don't discuss anything about what we have discussed out here with your fellow jurors, and I may call you back out, or I may talk with you in just a little bit, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Please be seated. Let me talk to a representative or two from the defense and the state, please.
Stop raising it.
Can't hear you.
Can't hear.
Can't hear you. You might have breathing hard.
Everyone else can?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't hear anything that's saying.
the inquiry is sufficient for the state.
Well, She ever say that in court?
I can't hear you. I don't know who is speaking. I can't even. Is that Miss Westmore? Yes. I'm trying to learn voices.
Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Yes. Yes. Yes.
She's
I'm sorry, man. You guys talk to the lieutenant?
All right, Sergeant Brown, let me go ahead and ask you to bring out, juror number 39. 39, please, to come out and visit with us.
39. Juror 39.
Hey, juror 39, can you come on up here and have a seat at the witness chair for me, please?
The first chair?
Yeah, oh, you all can be seated. Please be seated, everybody. All right. No, come over here.
Right.
Oh, right here? Cameras are off.
Yeah, camera's off, and we just need to ask you a question, okay?
Sure.
All right. Madam, did you overhear juror 409, it's one of the, I think, the ladies that sits in the front row, talk about the media in any way?
No.
Okay. Thank you much. That's all I need to ask you, okay?
Okay.
All right. You seem disappointed. All right, but okay. All right. Just, madam, don't tell anybody else what I asked you, okay? Just go back in there and I'll call for you in just a little bit, okay? All right. Thank you so much. Number 56, please, sir.
Nobody on, Your Honor? Nothing?
No pictures.
Right there.
No,
Yeah, I see.
okay, all right. All right, juror number 56. I've called you back out here to talk about the lunch issue. No, I'm just teasing you. All right, okay. Juror 56, I just need to ask you a question, in all seriousness. Did you know juror 409 that's sitting in the front row over there?
I know of, yes.
Okay, did you ever hear her talk anything about the media?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, just don't discuss anything we just talked about, okay?
Okay.
And we'll call you back out in just a minute.
Okay, great.
All right, juror number 71, please.
71. Juror 71?
Yeah, juror 71, can you sit up here, please, sir? Up here, the witness stand? Witness stand, yeah. Okay, thank you. All right. All right, juror 71, just need to ask you a couple of questions. Do you know who juror 409 is that sits in the front row over here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you overhear her talk anything about the media?
No, sir.
Okay, that's all I need to ask you, okay? Don't discuss anything we talked about, and I'll call you back out in just a minute, okay? All right, juror 98, please.
Juror, what number?
98, sir.
98.
Thank you, sir. Juror 98, madam, can I get you to have a seat up here in the witness chair? Up here? All right. Thank you so much. Juror 98, do you know who juror 409 is that sits in the front row over there?
409. I don't know by name, but no.
Female juror? You know her? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, got to answer it for the record. Okay, all right. Madam, did you overhear her talk anything about the media?
The media, no.
Okay, that's all I need to ask you, okay?
Okay.
All right, if you'll just step back in there, don't discuss anything we've talked about, and I'll call you back out in just a little bit, okay?
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you so much. 179, please, Sergeant Ingram.
179.
Madam, can I get you to have a seat up here, please? Thank you so much. All right, Juror 179. Madam, do you know who Juror 409 is, the lady that sits in the front row? Do you know her?
49, are you referring to the lady?
Don't say her name, but do you know who she is?
I'm trying to think. Is she the one that you excused?
I'm sorry?
Is she the one that you excused?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last name. Oh, no. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Well, no, I don't.
No, ma'am. That's Juror 269.
Okay.
Okay? But do you know who Juror 409 is?
No.
She sits in the front row?
No.
Okay. Did you overhear anything about the talk about the media?
No.
Okay, that's all I need to ask you. Just don't discuss anything. I just asked you, and you can step in the back. I'll call you back in just a little bit, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you. All right. 187, please, Sergeant Ingram.
187?
Yes, sir.
187. In this room.
Okay. All right, we'll skip 187. How about 204, sir?
204.
Yes, sir. All right, Juror 204. Madam, do you know who Juror 409 is that sits in the front row?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Did you overhear any conversation about the media?
No.
Okay, that's all I need to ask you. So don't discuss anything we've talked about. We'll call you in just a little bit, okay? Say again?
187 is ready.
Is 187, yes, sir. Okay, great, thank you.
That's what you want?
Yes, that's fine, yes.
187.
All right, Juror 187, come on up and have a seat in the witness chair, please, for me. All right, Juror 187, madam, do you know who Juror 409 is that sits in the front row?
No, I don't.
Okay, the lady sits right in that last chair over here.
Hmm?
Do you know her? No, like when we're coming in, jurors sit usually in their seats they've claimed.
No.
Okay, all right, did you ever hear any discussion about the media at all? Okay, that's all I need to ask you.
Okay.
Step back in your headquarters, don't discuss anything we talked about. I'll call you back out in just a minute, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you so much. 204, Sergeant Ingram. I should say 213, please.
213?
Thank you. 213? Yes. All right, Juror 213, come on up and have a seat in the witness chair for me, please. All right, Juror 213, just a couple of questions. Do you happen to know who Juror 409 is that sits in the front row? Very last chair over there to your, as you're facing the jury box, your left?
49?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you overhear any discussion about the media?
and 17 grandkids.
Okay, just for planning purposes tomorrow, for all counsel, I think that it would be conceivable that we just plan on finishing Officer Henry, because that's about all the time we'll have in the morning, because the court's got some other unrelated business, and I told you all I would be concluding around the noontime hour. So I think it'll probably just be that. So you can kind of figure out for Friday, we'll have a half day that starts at 1 o'clock, and we'll go to, about 4 or 5 o'clock. All right? Okay. You can hold your ministerial inquiries or anything like that. I'll go ahead and call our jurors out. We'll dismiss them. I'll dismiss them formally for the evening, and then we can, if there's anything else we need to cover, I'll do so at that point in time. Okay? And I'll tell our jurors to probably report tomorrow morning. I'm going to tell them to report in about 1000 hours, and we'll get started somewhere between 10 and 10:30, and then we'll finish with Officer Henry, and I think that'll be our day tomorrow, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Any further inquiry at this point in time? Okay, but you can re-inquire once we're finished. All right, can you call for our jurors, Sergeant Ingram, please? All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, members of the jury. Since it is almost the witching hour, time for you to leave for the day, I think it might be a good stopping point at this point in time. So we'll resume with the examination of our current witness tomorrow. I'm going to ask you to report for 1000 hours, and then we'll get started sometime between 10 and 10:30. It's going to be a very short work day. Once we complete the examination of that particular witness, we will conclude for the day. You'll get the afternoon to, as I promised earlier, to take care of any other appointments or any things you need to do. And then Friday, it is the court's intention for you to have the morning off and for you to report for 12:30 so we can start at 1 o'clock. So that's our next couple of days worth of work and instructions, okay? Let me remind you of your constant and all following ad nauseum admonitions, okay? Remember, do not discuss the matter amongst yourselves. Do not let anybody discuss it in your presence. If anybody tries to contact you, send you a note, anything such as that, I would need to know about that. It is very, very important that you only consider what is presented in the four walls of this courtroom. You're not authorized to consider anything else that would be from any outside sources, such as the news media or any other third parties or anything that would be inconsistent with the court's earlier directives to you. And remember, you're not supposed to go out and visit the scenes or any of the addresses that have been depicted or you've learned at this point in time. Don't take your notepads home. Leave them in your basket. Take your juror sticker for tomorrow morning and just put it back on when you come back inside the courthouse tomorrow morning for your arrival at 1000 hours. I'm going to go ahead and just ask you. Remember I told you that I recommend all of you come off of social media? Remember? Okay.
I'm going to ask that you come off of any apps you have, like such as Facebook or Instagram or anything such as news feeds that you may get. And the reason being is for a couple things. One, they have algorithms in it that pick up whatever it is, the location you're in, and the temptation is just really great. And I don't want you to be exposed to anything inadvertently. Okay, so I would ask that you do that. And you probably ask, well, I need to at least keep up with what's going on. Do that when you get home, but I would ask that that if you came off of the media apps or social media, you won't have that issue to deal with. There won't be anything that pops up on your feed or anything that may cause you to come in contact with anybody or any third party that is broadcasting about this trial. That is my concern for all of you, is I know that all of you are going to follow my directives and not listening to this case, but it's just too much a temptation for people to kind of like, oh, let me just listen, recap of the case today on the AJC or 11 Live or Channel 2 or 46. I'm asking that you all just do that. Any apps, any news feeds, anything, come off of those. And remember, just be zealous about whenever you're watching any particular news, that you be mindful of the court's admonitions, okay? Because the other apps are like Instagram or Facebook, because, like I said, they have algorithms that ordinarily are tied, a lot of them to zip code and place. So that's why if you come off of them or sign out of them, then you won't have that issue when you check your phone or anything else, or you're going to that. I know it may seem a lot, but it's that important. Okay, because we do not want you to be exposed to any third-party sources of information. Because remember, the only thing you can consider is what's lawfully presented in the four walls of this courtroom. You can't consider any outside sources. And remember, it would be a violation for you to talk amongst yourselves about anything else that you might have been heard or exposed to. And remember, I told you, that's how most people tell on themselves, in terms of, well, hey, this is what I heard on such and such and such. So it's just, don't give yourself a temptation. So I'm going to ask that you do that, okay? So I know it seems like a lot, but please go ahead and do that. It'll a further measure to make sure that we are having a fair trial, lawful trial, just trial as to all sides, okay? All right. What ministerial inquiry do you have of me, any members of our jury, other than whether I'm going to feed you? I'm working on it, okay? All right. Okay, anything else? Anybody have any questions of me? Say again?
Not today.
Not today, okay, all right. Are you running? There's always tomorrow, right? Okay. Are all of you okay with notepads? Anybody need some new notepad or anything like that? You about to run out? Okay, let me know. I know a lady. We got plenty of them, okay? So just remember that, or any writing utensils or anything such as that, please let us know. Are your headquarters sufficient?
Yes.
You're still good with that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Anything else that you want to complain about? Okay, I don't know if I can do anything about it anyways, but I'll give you that form. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for your patience, and thank you for the patience that you've given us and you're going to continue to give us. I can't underscore that enough to you. So unless you have any other questions of me, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you for the evening, and I'll see you tomorrow at 10:00 hours for anticipated 10 to 10:30 start time, okay? All right, all rise.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Okay, counsels, before you leave for the day, can I get somebody from your table to bring up these particular devices, the listening devices, as they have to be charged every night? So if you can come up and give them to Mr. Kearns as you police up your items for the end of the day, that would be most appreciated by the court. Okay, any questions of me? All right. So tomorrow we will just finish the test. Mr. Sharp, this is just for you, okay? Tomorrow we are going to finish the testimony of Officer Henry. That's it. No other witnesses will be called. What are your questions, sir?
Ms. Westmoreland asked me to ask.
Oh, you're such a... Oh, that's low down, man. That is low down. What did she ask you?
What time? I think she was
1,000 hours. Just make sure you're in pocket by 10. Please make sure you're in pocket by 1,000 hours, 10 o'clock, and we'll get started between 10 and 10:30. Okay? Absolutely. All right, no problem. Mr. Steele, anything, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, and I'll have a question. Your Honor, the court granted certificate of review. I believe that the denial that you entered on the 27th day of November 2023 to the plea and bar, Gerald, and your motion to dismiss, failure to assert essential elements is directly appealable, but just in an abundance of caution, Your Honor, the court also grant a certificate of review.
No. I would not. I only want to try the case once if I can help it. If you have a direct appeal, then I can't stop you from doing that, but I'm not going to grant a discretionary certificate. With all due respect to you, sir, okay? Okay. All right. Anything else?
No.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have any other inquiry or question of the court? Okay. Unless there's anything else, then if you all could please give me your listening device, the receiver of the listening devices before you go. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 1,000 hours, okay? All right, we're in recess.